Welcome in, everyone, to our penultimate Crack Rackets Big Ten Cross-Court cast. Alex Gruskin here to steer the ship on another weekend of conference play. And as we approach the 2022 postseason, NCAA tournament berths on the line, seeding in the upcoming conference tournament on the line as well. As such, all of the 8 matches we have on our stream today promise to be delightful. With that in mind, we're ready to get right to the action. We're going to start off with a little Michigan State power half hour. Doubles points underway for both the Michigan State men and women. The men competing in Columbus, taking on Ohio State. The women in Nebraska taking on the Nebraska women, obviously. In this instance, we go now live to the number 1 courts. You see here, left side of your screen, Ohio State men 21-2 overall, projected to be number 2 in next week's rankings, earned a massive 4-1 victory over the Michigan Wolverines on Friday. That just about clinches the conference regular season title for the Buckeyes, and you see there the number 1 team in the nation, Cash and Boetzel, off to a strong start. 2-1 they hold as they take on the Michigan State duo of Jack Winkler and Graydon Lair. Let's go over to court 2 in Columbus. Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, court number 1. Again, court 2 for the Ohio State men. Right side of your screen is court number 1. How about that exchange on the far side for Michigan State? It's Mary Lewis, Maya Petrowicz. Lewis, the 5th-year senior. Petrowicz in her 4th season, this duo for the Michigan State Spartans. 5-4 overall on the year. They're taking on the Nebraska duo, Christina Novak, Maya Makoric. Of course, the sophomore out of Slovenia. Novak, also the sophomore out of Slovenia. 3 game point chances here for Michigan State to get off to a 1-0 lead. And again, rankings, overall records on the right side of your screen. Nebraska 12-9 overall, currently 52 in the rankings, just outside of the NCAA tournament field, but still very much in the race. Taking on a 9-10 Michigan State team that's 78 in the rankings, but off to a 1-0 lead on court number 1. So let's go over to court number 2 now. Breakpoint chances fought off by the Spartans on 2. It's Nick Williams partnering with Reed Crocker. Crocker, the sophomore, Williams, redshirt junior. This duo for Michigan State. One and 2 overall in the year. Was a tough loss yesterday for the 14-11 Michigan State men. Dropped the decision at Penn State 4-3 on Friday. And on that men's side, Ohio State 21-2, number 2 in the country. Michigan State 14-11, but have fallen all the way to 114 in the rankings. And right now, Ohio State controls their destiny on the men's side. If they win out, they will be your 2022 Big Ten regular season champions. Well, deuce point coming up on court 2 over in Nebraska and at the number 2 spot. It's Chloe Kuckelman, sophomore out of Overland Park, Kansas. She's partnered with Isabel Gallego for Nebraska. Gallego, sophomore out of Spain. Deuce point coming up against Aisha Khan, Charlotte Gisklin. Gisklin, the freshman, Khan, the sophomore for the Spartans on the far side of your screen. Michigan State gets a break here early on, too. That serve marker might be off. So 1-0 lead for Michigan State there. Go over to court number 3 now, over in Nebraska. Meanwhile, Williams and Crocker all of a sudden have 4 breakpoint chances. Again, we'll head over to court 3 in Lincoln. 1 breakpoint chance fought off by the lefty Justin Boulay. Boulay partnering with Andrew Luchanig. Boulay, of course, the junior. Luchanig, the redshirt junior for the Buckeyes. How you can identify the two of them. And I will say I'm a big fan of the jersey numbers, the jerseys for the Spartans. Certainly helps us in the broadcast booth. On court number 2 for Ohio State, Boulay is the lefty, Luchanig the righty. Meanwhile, again, see on the right side of your screen, we're over on court number 3. It's Nicole Stevens right now. The baseline exchanging shots for Michigan State on the near side of your screen. Stevens partnering with Tia Mukherjee. Mukherjee the junior, Stevens the senior. Taking on the Nebraska duo of Ellie Kuckelman, redshirt freshman, partnered with junior Samantha Alicia on the far side of your screen. 2 breakpoint chances here for Nebraska early on 3. Meanwhile, now a deuce point on 2. Breakpoints being fought off, the name of the game right now. Big serve from Justin Boulay, 2-1 on serve on court number 2. Let's go back to court number 1 quickly. We've got a deuce point coming up for Winkler and Lair. Oh, no, excuse me. Scoreboard's behind. Break already secured by Cash and Votzel. Let's see if Mate Votzel, senior transfer from Ohio State, serving on the near side of your screen, can consolidate. Of course, this duo, Cash and Votzel, number 1 in the country right now in doubles. 14-3 overall on the year. Meanwhile, deuce point coming up for the Spartans. Interesting. Mukherjee's partnered with a bunch of people. Stevens is not one of them this season. But they get the hold for 1 all on court number 3. So we'll stick there for now. Meanwhile, again, 3-1 now, 40-15 lead for the Buckeyes on 1. Ohio State, 42-11 this season in doubles. In individual sets, they've dropped just 3 doubles points all season, so 20-3 overall. They get the doubles point. They win just about every match they play. Double fault from Votzel for 40-30. Meanwhile, again, a bit hard for me to identify the Nebraska players on the far side. I do apologize. This is Tia Mukherjee returning on the ad side here for Michigan State. Oh, she's there. It's good stuff. Good hustle from Tia Mukherjee. Good persistence. Meanwhile, the half volley stuck by Mate Votzel. So 4-1 Buckeyes on 1. Let's go to court 3 in Columbus. So 3-1, 40-15 lead. Make that 4-1 for Tracy and Kingsley. JJ Tracy, Cannon Kingsley, 12-1 overall in the year at the number 3 spot. 4-1 lead. They take on Carson Gates and Max Sheldon. Meanwhile, here we're back on court 2. Another break chance opening, I should say here. Not an opportunity, but an opening. Great aggression from Boulay. Andrew Luchanig, the redshirt junior, has thrived in his role on court this season. Finally healthy. Has always contributed to the team practice courts from the sidelines, but to be able to have that manifest itself on court, I know how much that means to the redshirt junior. Meanwhile, 2-1 Nebraska on court 3 in Lincoln. Let's go over to court number 1 there. Check back in. on our battle. And it looks like we just missed the deuce point. I apologize. Let's see who got the hold. And then we'll go back to court 2. Ooh, Nebraska gets the break. So 2-1 lead for them on court number 1. Now we go to court 2. Spartans serving here. Again, it's Aisha Can, Charlotte Gisklin. Freshman, sophomore combo. State holds 4-2-1 here on court number 2. Let's go back to court number 3 then. Meanwhile, Ohio State gets the break for 3-1 on 2, but let's go over to court number 1 where Ohio State going to make it 5-1 now. Cash and Voetzl are everywhere. Good ball there from Graydon Lair. Lair, the sophomore, serving on the near side of your screen. Big serve into the body. Now a deuce point coming up as the Spartans just try to stay alive on 1. Meanwhile, how about this? Breakpoint chances for Nebraska. You look for this Nebraska team on the season. 40-22 in doubles. Have prided themselves on taking that doubles point all season long. And right now, it looks like head coach Scott Jacobson's squad is in a position to take a strong lead today. Oh, but the Racquets slap on the head after the error, so deuce point coming up. Meanwhile, Michigan State does get the hold for 4-2 on court number 1. Let's go over to court number 3 in Columbus. Ohio State with a 4-1 lead there as well. Also 4-2. Skates and Sheldon get the hold. Wow. Maybe not the prettiest tennis on court 3 for the Spartans, but they'll take it for 2-all. Let's go over to court number 1 in Lincoln, where again, Novak Makarich Nebraska here on 1. Good stretch from the senior Mary Lewis there. Nebraska a couple spots. Meanwhile, Tracy and Kingsley continue their attack, and between the two of them, in singles and doubles this season, Kingsley, Tracy, 4 total losses. JJ Tracy hasn't lost a singles match. Just the 1 doubles loss for them in Ann Arbor earlier this year. 40-30 game point chances for the Buckeyes to take a 5-2 lead on 3. They already took a 5-2 lead on 1. Good hands, though. And I like the continued aggression from the Spartans. Sitting at the baseline's not going to do you anything against these two. Kingsley and Tracy will beat you from the forehand side. Beat you from the backhand side. They'll get into the net before you as well if you let them. Good move from Gates and Sheldon. Now a deuce point coming up as they try to narrow the deficit. It's back on serve here on 3. Love that. Absolutely love the aggression there from the Spartans. And you look at this duo, again, Gates and Sheldon, 6-3 overall on the year. Michigan State 26-35 in doubles. This has been a strong pairing for them, though. We're back on serve on 3. Let's go over to court number 1 in Columbus. 5-2, the number 1 team in the country, Cash and Votzel. Meanwhile, again, monitoring 6 matches right now here at Cracked Racquets HQ. Alex Gruskin, alongside super producer Daniel Westoff, steering the ship on our penultimate cross-court cast of the season. Cash and Votzel 2 points away on 1. Meanwhile, Nebraska's duo of Novak and Makarich, who are 12-2 overall on the season. Excuse me, 14-4 overall on the season. Chance to take a commanding 4-1 lead, but now a deuce point coming up. Good serve volley combo. Meanwhile, match point chances for the Buckeyes on 1. Well, they're number 1 for a reason, folks. Winkler and Lair learning why. 6-2 win for the Buckeyes on court number 1. We go over now to court number 2. 4-2 lead for Luchanig and Boulay. It's here to make it 5-2. Meanwhile, good hold from seniors Mary Lewis and Maya Petrowicz. 2-3, still down a break, keeping things close. Let's go over to court number 2 in Nebraska. And Nebraska does take that 3-2 lead, so we'll go back over to court number 3 now. For Nicole Stevens, Tia Mukherjee, trailing 2-3, but on serve here. As they take on Ellie Kuckelman and Samantha Alicia. Again, this duo, Kuckelman, Alicia, 10-3 overall on the season. Buckeyes hold for 5-2 on 2, so let's go over to 3 in Columbus. Again, Ohio State's number 1 duo in the country. Monte Votzel, Robert Cash. Now 15-3 here in dual match play. They've won 7 in a row, folks. Again, number 1 in the country for a reason. All right, breakpoint chances now. This is why Kingsley and Tracy. Again, 12-1 overall on the year is this Buckeye duo taking on a team winning it. I mean, again, won what, 2/3 of their matches? as this Spartan duo. Most wins of any pairing on the Michigan State roster. Meanwhile, one break point chance fought off for Stevens and Mukherjee. All right, there's a bit of a blip. But other than that, now Kingsley and Tracy back up a break, and they'll serve for the double set. Let's pop in on court 2 in Columbus, see if Luchanik and Boulay have opened themselves up any chances here in the Michigan State service game. Of course they have. So try to monitor both to ensure we see the match point here. And again, we've got a bunch of good matches happening across the country. We're going to go to Iowa next in lieu of that Ohio State-Michigan State match as Iowa taking on the Michigan women. Michigan women have won like one doubles point, I think, during Big Ten women's play, and yet they're off to a strong start today over in Iowa, so we'll go there next. That ball goes west. Let's go over to court number 3 in Columbus. Serving for it, Trump's trying to break. And right now, Cannon Kingsley is serving. 30 love, 2 points away. All right, that goes long, so match points for the Buckeyes. Meanwhile, Nebraska does get the break for 4-2 on 3. Again, Nebraska is fighting for their NCAA lives. 52 in the current rankings. It's about 7 spots out. Doubles point Buckeyes. They're now 21-3 overall on the year in doubles. They get a victory from Monte Votzel, Robert Cash at 1. And then it's Kingsley and Tracy getting the job done at the number 3 spot. So 1-0 Ohio State. Whenever you're ready, super producer Daniel Westhoff, and you tell me if we need to go full screen Nebraska, Michigan State for a second. If not, let's go straight over to court number 2 at Iowa. Oh, excuse me, court number 1 in Iowa. Court 2 taken by the Michigan Wolverines. Oh, that's why he's the best in the business, folks. But right now, Michigan 4-3, 40-15 up. Make that 5-3 Wolverines now. Unfortunately, no names on the screen for us. But I can tell you Michigan wants a 6-2 victory at the number 2 double spot. Now, Iowa leads 5-2 at 3. It's a 5-3 break lead here for the Wolverines on 1 as they try to capture a rare doubles point for them this season. And for those curious, Michigan right now 13-5. Number 22 in the current rankings. Of course, it's been a tough year for Iowa, who lost their number 1 player and one of the 3 best players in the country in Alexa Noel before the start of the season to an ankle surgery. Iowa 6-14 overall on the year, just looking to build some momentum heading towards the conference tournament. 15 all now. Meanwhile, 4-2 leads for Nebraska on all 3 courts, so they have opened up breaks everywhere. This Nebraska team has won 2/3 of their double sets, continue to thrive. Meanwhile, how about that? And I was in Ann Arbor about 10 days ago, had the opportunity to attend a Michigan women's tennis practice, walked in on what head coach Ronnie Bernstein effectively and affectionately referred to as doubles week. Wolverines know they need to get better at the point headed towards the postseason. They are indeed finally starting to gain some momentum. Meanwhile, you see right now Nebraska, a big on court number 3, 5-2 lead for Kuckelman and Alicia. Let's go over to court number 1 over in Lincoln. point chances for Nebraska to make a double break 5-2 on one. This is Novak and Markarich. The one break point fought off. Good volley by Petrovic at the net. So deuce point coming up. Meanwhile, 5-3, 30 all. Okay, I can tell you here at the number 1 spot, it's Jaden Brown and Julia Fliegner. 5-3, they now have match points. And taking a play out of the men's team books, you see Wolverines coming across courts here to offer some love. Meanwhile, again, Nebraska in control at the number 1 spot. Let's go over to court number 3, see if they can close it out there. Match point for the doubles point, though. 2 of them here for the Wolverines. Match point fought off. So a deuce point come out. Meanwhile, can we quickly pop in on court number 3 in Iowa? Very quickly. Again, that's court 3 in Iowa. I want to see if they have a match point there. No, it's 5-2. So they do have match point on 3, making that deuce point on 1 that much more relevant. So with all due respect, we're going to go to 1 because that's a doubles deciding point. Choose to go to Julia Fliegner, the freshman. Delivers, gets the return at the feet. It's 1-0 Wolverines. So let's go full screen Nebraska, Michigan State as Nebraska's got, oh no, perfect. He's already got a replacement. Although actually, if we can, let's go full screen Nebraska, Michigan State. It's 1-0 Michigan over Penn State, and we'll get back to that, but can we go full screen here? Good ball. Naomi Stevens keeps Michigan State alive here. So all of our doubles points, but this one in our 6 matches are complete. Excuse me, this and Indiana. But we're going to stay here for now. We've invested so much in this doubles point. Again, Nebraska's been so successful this year. 40 and 22 in individual sets, make it 41 and 22. It's a 6-2 win at the number 3 spot. Kuckelman, Alicia, they now move to 11 and 3 overall as a pairing. Let's go over to court number 1 where they're also closing in. It's a 5-2 lead for Novak and Markarich. Although 15-30 here. Meanwhile, 4-3 Nebraska lead on 2. Okay, super producer Daniel Westoff has informed me we do have cameras at Indiana. So when you're ready, bring up court 3 in that Indiana match. Court 3 in the Indiana match, and we'll go split screen Indiana-Nebraska. A little double Nebraska action. How about that? I think we've done that this season. And now all of a sudden, the Nebraska women are closing in on a doubles point. Again, when you're ready, super producer Daniel Westoff, here we go. Double Nebraska action. And I will say, I have a soft spot in my heart for the University of Nebraska men's team. We'll go over to court number 2 there now as they break on 3. Nebraska takes the doubles point, 1-0 lead for the Lady Huskers over in Lincoln. Victories at the number 1 and 3 spot. And again, this duo now, Novak and Markovich, 15-4, a hidden gem here in the Big Ten, 1-0 Nebraska. Let's go full screen Indiana, Nebraska. Two teams we haven't gotten to see a ton of this year on our stream. Nebraska 7-14 overall on the season. And yet right now they're 6th in the Big Ten. 3-3 in conference play. Some massive victories of late, including last weekend over Illinois. Again, I started to say this earlier. Oh, excuse me. I think let's go over to court number 3. Let's go back to court number 3 if we can. As we have the changeover here in 5-2 lead for Gleason and Muller of Nebraska. Right now, though, Nebraska serving for the set on 3. It's Kachatorian Hoover taking on Andre and Vukovic. 5-4 Nebraska leads, but love 30 here in this game. And again, this Nebraska team may be 7-14. They're finally healthy, though. 3-3 in conference play. It's been a tough year for Indiana as well. There's Jeremy Wertzman in the team, 5-14 overall. I think they're still searching for their first conference win. 4-3 loss yesterday, tough against Wisconsin. And I should say both of these head coaches, Jeremy Wertzman, Sean Mamie, former assistants at the University of Michigan, were assistants there when I was a student there. Two people who have been far too kind to our Crack Rackets teams over the years. But how about that for the Hoosiers? They get the break back here, 4-5 all on number 3. Indiana's number 1 duo of Terapolsky and Fletchall, a 6-2 win already at the number 1 spot. Now it's 5 all here. Andre and Vukovic taking on Hoover and Cacciatore. Meanwhile, let's go back to court 2 where it's 5-2 Nebraska. Gleason and Mueller serving for the set. All right. Apologies for no scoreboard on the board. That's beyond our control. Shout out, though, to the team at IU right now, offering the constant updates to their live scoring. Right now, again, 5-2, 15 all here. Gleason and Mueller of Nebraska. And Nebraska are not going to get into the NCAA tournament, barring a Big Ten postseason tournament victory. 7-14 means they're fighting that 500 rule. So they really need some sort of magic here down the week's final 2 seasons. By the season's final 2 weeks, excuse me. Meanwhile, now 30-15 here. And it is interesting. Home team's in white. It's Nebraska here in the red and black on the near side of your screen. All right. So we continue to play on as Indiana gets the break back. 4-3-5. Meanwhile, let's go over to court number 3 where it's 5-all after Hoover and after Andre and Vukovic, get the break back. But break point chances here for Hoover and Cacciatore, 30-40 for the Nebraska duo. Point coming up. Again, Indiana's already banked that first set victory at the number 1 spot. Big roar. As we go back to court number 2, and again, Nebraska needs both of these final 2 sets. Close in on a top 5 finish in conference play. Again, things got funky this weekend in the Big Ten. Illinois, who has struggled all season long, deals Northwestern a 3rd loss. Why is that important? Right now, here's where things stand in the standings. Wisconsin's got 2 losses. Northwestern, Penn State, Nebraska have 3. Illinois and Purdue have 4. Still too close to call in terms of how the seeding's going to shake out. Well, again, Andre and Vukovic with that 6-5 lead now, so all of a sudden Indiana's 1 game away from injecting another chaotic data point into our Big Ten men's standings. As we see here, 5-4, Nebraska going to have a second shot to serve for it here on 2. But let's go back to 3. 6-5 now, 2 straight games for Indiana. We're back on serve, 5-6, Nebraska serving. Again, we've got 2 more matches coming up here on our Big Ten cross-court cast. During the 1 p.m. hour, very interesting matchup up in Madison. Wisconsin women have been on the precipice of so many big victories this season, and yet have been unable to earn that signature 1 on their resume. They've got another shot to do it and inject some chaos into our women's standings as they take on Ohio State, their last remaining undefeated team on the Big Ten women's side. Well, you see the attacking from Nebraska again here at the number 3 spot. Cacciatore and Hoover, 30-all. Not so long ago, it was 5-4. Nebraska serving for the set. Now they're fighting for their lives. Second serve coming up. All right. Doubles point goes to Indiana. Was not the most direct pathway, but in the end, I think 4 straight games for them at the number 3 spot. And you're going to see a little protest here. They did not love that service call, did the Huskers. Nevertheless, they're going to have to do it the hard way as Indiana takes a 1-0 lead at home, taking on Nebraska. With that said, we've got so much singles action happening. Again, 6 matches we're monitoring right now. Ohio State, Wisconsin women, Illinois Northwestern women coming up at the top of the hour as well. With that in mind, let's go to a match we've yet to check in on, and let's go to 2 of them. Actually, the only 2 yet we've yet to hit. Little double men's action now. We're gonna head over to Penn State as well as to West Lafayette, Indiana. So it's Penn State down 1-0 to the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan taking their first loss on the men's side in conference play on Friday as they fell to Ohio State. It's a 1-0 lead right now for Michigan. Again, as we head over to Penn State and then Purdue, Wisconsin. The Wisconsin men have come on so strong here in conference play. 4-2 overall, 10-9 now on the season. They're 61 in the current rankings. Not exactly in, but not exactly out of the hunt yet either. And right now, Wisconsin took the doubles point there, so a 1-0 lead for the Badgers. Again, that's what we're going to do here as you see all of these teams partnering up. And if you'll allow super producer Daniel Westoff just a moment as he gets all of our cameras set and ready to go. Of course, again, some of you I saw on the stream wondering about our pro tennis coverage here this week at Cracked Racquets. Rest assured, we'll put a bow on Stefano Tsitsipas's title in Monte Carlo later this week on our mini break pod. Talk about all the other clay court action that's coming up over the next few days as well. Again, big huddle here for the Hoosiers as they've got the 1-0 lead. Meanwhile, now we go double action. Our 2 matches we've yet to check in on: Michigan, Penn State, and Wisconsin, Purdue. Let's go over to court number 1 in that Michigan-Penn State match. Big serving Andre Styler. His first loss, snapped an 11-match win streak. He fell to Cannon Kingsley in Columbus. Styler a 1-0 lead right now. He's taking on Miko Ayala. Styler, the junior for the Wolverines. (16-4) overall on the season is Styler. 12-3 in dual match play. Meanwhile, Ayala, 13-10, has played in just about every spot of this Penn State singles lineup. Ayala, the sophomore out of Spain. It's Styler serving on the far side of your screen. Not sure how up-to-date the scoreboards are. They say 1-0 Styler. Again, only 4 indoor courts at Penn State. So we'll be going one at a time. Meanwhile, at the right side of your screen again, Wisconsin, 10-9 overall on the year. Very much in the NCAA hunt, number 61 in the rankings. Now, they'll need to do something special at the Big Ten Conference Tournament, but certainly they can. 4-2 overall in conference play. Taking on a 9-11 Purdue team. Played sneaky, everyone, in my opinion, sneaky tough. When you look for here at Purdue at number 1, it's Ethel Bennett, the senior. Bennett 9-6 at the top spot. 2-2 right now in the first set. As he takes on a fellow senior in Wisconsin's Jared Pratt. I mentioned Bennett 9-6 overall on the year. Pratt 6-12. He's been scrapping at that number 1 spot. Meanwhile, yes, it does look like that scoreboard's a bit behind. Styler, Ayala on the turn. Let's go over to court number 2 for the Wolverines. And no Andrew Fenty in the lineup today. Up to the number 2 spot is 4th-year Pat Maloney. Boy, has Maloney been good for the Wolverines this season. 11-1 overall in dual match play. Was deep in a third set with J.J. Tracy. That match didn't finish. It's the second time Maloney's been in a third set with Tracy against the Buckeyes this season. And again, Tracy's undefeated, but two of his few unfinished matches came against Michigan's Maloney. He's taken on Bora Sengal. Sengal, sophomore out of Turkey. 5-7 overall in dual match play for Penn State. Right now he leads 2-1 according to the scoreboard. We'll assume it's now 2-all. And it is, so it's 3-0 Styler on court 1, by the way. Scoreboards are fairly accurate. Now 2-all here on court 2. Meanwhile, double fault from Ethel Bennett. So Jared Pratt now, Bennett now 40-30. That's what Ethel Bennett does. Attack, attack, attack. Uses his speed to be the aggressor. He now takes a 3-2 lead here on court number 1. Let's go over to court number 2 in Purdue. And I will say, one of my favorite freshmen to watch this season has been Purdue's Gabriel Brancatelli. Brancatelli here on the near side of your screen. He's just got the shot-making ability. He plays at the speed. His forehand possesses the heaviness you need to succeed at the highest levels here of college tennis. It's a ridiculous forehand there from Maloney. But the freshman Brancatelli, 3-1 lead. He's 9-3 overall in dual match play, taking on Wisconsin's Leonard Soha. Soha, another one of the seniors here for the Badgers. 8-11 overall on the season is he. Down a break right now to the freshman. So 4-1 lead now for Brancatelli on court number 2. Let's go over to court number 3. Court number 3 in this Purdue-Wisconsin match features. Should be another fun one here on the day. Gabriel Hoover. It's been one of up and down year for him. 5-8 for Hoover. Junior out of Austria. 3-love 40-30 lead here though over Tomasz Dudek. Dudek, the junior out of Warsaw, Poland. 6-8 overall for the Boilermakers this season. It gets on the board for 1 3-on-3. Will stick there a little longer. Meanwhile, you see Maloney in celebration mode. He gets the break. So the Wolverines take a 3-2 lead on court number 2. Let's go over to court number 3 now. It's a tough day. Court 3 in Michigan, Penn State, excuse me. A tough day for Gavin Young. Michigan freshman. Took just his 3rd loss of the dual match season. He's 12-3 overall this year, 23-6 if you include fall play. That would lead the Michigan team in wins. Tough straight set loss for him yesterday on the road in Columbus against senior Jake Van Amberg. Talk about a tough environment for the freshman. Right now, he's got a 3-2 lead here on serve. Young taking on Sam Bossman. Bossman, the sophomore out of the UK. He's been one of the brightest spots in this Penn State lineup. 11-3 overall in dual match play. This is strength on strength here. And if Penn State's going to pull off the upset today, it probably starts at this number 3 position. All right, Hoover stays in front. There's the hold, I believe, here for Wisconsin. Indeed it is. There's a little stutter step there, but Hoover holds for 4-1. Let's go over to court number 4 now in Madison. In West Lafayette in that Purdue match. Break lead here for the Badgers as well. Sebastian Weil, senior out of Rochester, Minnesota, 11-8 overall, leads the Badgers, second on the Badgers in victories. He's taking on Rohan Sachdev. Sachdev, the freshman out of Cary, North Carolina. 10-7 overall for Purdue, leading the team in victories here in singles during this dual match season. Never a bad thing from your freshman. Heck of a return there from Penn State's Bossman. Weil now 4-2 lead here on court number 4. Gavin Young takes a 5-2 lead in the first set for the Wolverines. Let's go over to court number 4 now in Michigan State, Penn State, our final match. Here to introduce Jacob Bickerstaff. Sophomore's been, again, one of the breakout stars for the Wolverines this season. Michigan, just 3 losses on the year. Now 16-3 overall. Bickerstaff 12-2 on the season. He's taking on Penn State's Lauren Byers. Byers, the sophomore out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania, 11-6 on the year. All right, call is not loved by Sebastian Weil. Rohan Sachdev will take the overrule, though, and with it. Still down to break 3-4. Keeping things close here on court 4. Let's go over to court number 5 in Purdue, Wisconsin. Robin Parks here. Junior out of Estonia. 7-9 overall in dual match play. Taking on Piotr Galis, freshman out of Poland. Galis 5-5 overall in dual match play is the young lefty. Parks gets the hold 4-4-3. Checking on our final first set over in this Wisconsin-Purdue match. Tim Zurinsky, who does lead this Wisconsin team with 12 victories on the season. The sophomore out of Manhattan Beach, California, taking on Michael Wozniak. Wozniak, the junior, also out of Warsaw, Poland. 7-7 overall in dual match play. Wozniak serving here down 3-4. And actually, we're going to have to start employing the jump around. So let's go to court number 3. Court number 3 in Wisconsin, Purdue. Quickly over to court number 3. Gabriel Hoover, I believe, serving for the first set here. That game score may be incorrect. I believe it's 5-1 here and not 6-1. Meanwhile, let's go over to court number 1 in that Michigan-Penn State match. Andre Styler, 5-1 lead. Yeah, okay, so it is 5-1. It says on the online scoreboard 6-1. But again, meanwhile, court number 1 in that Michigan match, Andre Styler with the 5-1 lead. And that is the first set. So 6-1, Styler takes it on court 1. Let's go over to court number 2 where it's 5-2 Maloney. And it looks like that's a set for Maloney as well. No, that's not even a set. That's just a regular celebration for Patrick Maloney, because of course it is. Meanwhile, you see on the right side of your screen, Gabriel Hoover, 6-1 first set. He takes it, I believe. Or no, is that 5-2? No, it is 6-1. So Hoover takes the first set. Let's go over to court number 4 in that Wisconsin-Purdue match, where it's 5-3 Sebastian Vile. Meanwhile, that's the first set for Patrick Maloney. So he takes it 6-2, 2 in the bag for the Michigan Wolverines. Let's go over now to court number 3 in that Michigan-Penn State match. Gavin Young up 5-3. Surfing for the set on the far side of your screen, as the Wolverines, again, right now, 7th in the projected ranking, 17-3 overall. Off to a strong start in Happy Valley today. Meanwhile, Ohio State has already taken 4 first sets against the Michigan State men. And Ohio State women doubles action getting underway against Wisconsin. We're going to go there in a moment. As we watch, see if Gavin Young can close out this set. All right, all of a sudden, things getting complicated for Sachdev. Meanwhile, worth noting, Purdue serving for the set on 2. Also 5-4 they lead, but on serve on 1. Meanwhile, can Gavin Young close out a 3rd first set in singles for the Wolverines? It's a heck of a ball there. And with it, a first set for Sebastian Vile. So that's 2 for Wisconsin. Now let's go over to court number 2 there. Court number 2 in Purdue. Meanwhile, we'll go over to court number 4. In that Michigan-Penn State matchup, as Jacob Bickerstaff looks to close out a first set, make it, again, clean sweep here for the Wolverines to start singles play. I don't even need to say it. Staccatelli will tell you for me. Broncatelli, excuse me, with the set. 6-3, he takes it on court number 2. Meanwhile, it's 5 all on 1, 4 all on 5 and 6. Let's go over to court number 1 in Purdue, Wisconsin. As we do see Michigan again, the 6-3 first set on 3 from Gavin Young, 6-2 first set from Maloney on 2, 6-1 first set from Styler. There's a beautiful symmetry there. 1 on 1, 2 on 2, 3 on 3. Will it be 4 on 4? That's the question for us to ponder. With that in mind, though, let's switch away from these matches. And you can close them out for now, super producer Daniel Westoff. We'll check in on these in a bit. But it's time for a little double Ohio State power half hour. As in my opinion, the most fascinating match of the day in the Big Ten is happening up in Madison, Wisconsin. Wisconsin playing host to Ohio State. Right now, the Ohio State women 11 in the current rankings, 15-4 overall, undefeated in conference play, taking on a Wisconsin team that's 6-2. Their only losses to 7-1 Michigan, 7-1 Northwestern, whose only losses are to 8-0 Ohio State. Wisconsin right now 44, one of the last teams in to the NCAA women's tournament. I want to cover that doubles action. Then I want to get back also to that Ohio State-Michigan State match. It's Ohio State right now, 5 first sets. They're also up 6-0, 3-0 on 6, 6-0, 2-1 on 3. They're cruising everywhere. So we're going to go double Ohio State now here. As super producer Daniel Westoff makes the switch. You see the Ohio State women on the right side of your screen. And there's, I mean, maybe the most recognizable team in all the Big Ten, Coley Allen. Isabelle Boulay at the number 1 spot. They've got a 3-0 lead over what has been a very good Wisconsin number 1 doubles team. And there we see it, double Ohio State. Let's go right to court number 6. Court number 6 in that Ohio State match. It's a 6-0, 3-0 lead. Ohio State, Michigan State, excuse me. Justin Boulay all over Kazuki Matsuno right now. Here again at the number 1 double spot, Shinyut Tsai, Alina Mukurtova. They're 12-6 for Wisconsin on the far side of your screen, and yet it's Boulay and Allen. There's 3-5 overall in dual match doubles play, and this Ohio State team has played around with their doubles of late, partially by necessity. Also searching still a bit for answers at 29-21 overall. Wisconsin's actually got the better doubles record. Wisconsin, 34-19 in individual double sets. That's a 64% win percentage. Ohio State, 29-21. That's a 58%. So again, that the Buckeyes have the lead they do, particularly at this #1 spot. A big surprise. And you feel like if Wisconsin's going to pull off the upset today, it has to start in doubles. Still 3 more breakpoint chances here. Coley Allen returning. Meanwhile, again on that right side of your screen, for Michigan State, it's junior Kazuki Mutsono. Mutsono 5-1 in dual match play. Certainly this is his toughest test to date. He's taken on Ohio State junior Justin Boulay. Boulay has not played much singles action this year, but when he does, he's been successful. 5-1 overall during this dual match season. That's now 4-0 here for Boulay. Oh, excuse me, 30-40 now here for Boulay. Oh, he may have actually missed that one long instead, so maybe deuce, excuse me. Meanwhile, Buckeyes do get the break for 4-love on 1. And Boulay, All-Americans last season, back to their winning ways. It is indeed a deuce point coming up on 6. Boulay can put the nail in the coffin seemingly here. Heck of an effort from Matsuno. Gets on the board here. Still a massive lead for Justin Boulay, but that's better. Let's go quickly to court 5. Quickly to 5 in Ohio State. This is your only first set left on the board. And it's set points now for James Trotter here. 5-4, 15-40 in the service game of redshirt junior Nick Williams. There's the break. There's the set. 6 first sets plus doubles goes to Ohio State. Now we go over to court number 2 with J.J. Tracy. I mentioned earlier he's undefeated, 15-0 on the year. Well, he continues to do his thing. 6-1 2-love lead here for him against Max Sheldon. Sheldon 10-4 overall on the season. Freshman's been excellent in his maiden campaign for the Spartans. But there's excellent, and then there's J.J. Tracy. Tracy now with a 6-1 3-love lead. Let's go back, or excuse me, let's go over to court number 1. I think we got a deuce point coming up between Winkler and Kingsley. Meanwhile, we're going to stick with this action again. Ohio State 4-love, 40-15 on court 1. What a victory that would be to start for Boulay and Allen. Make it 5-love. So the Buckeyes come out with a big first swing on court number 1. Meanwhile, Kingsley now in command, setting a break lead here on 1 for the Buckeyes, who are leading everywhere. We'll go over to court number 3 now. Excuse me, let's go back to 2. Let's go back to 2. Let's go to double 2s, actually, if we can. Double 2s, as it's 5-1. 5-love for Ohio State on 1. 3-2, though, back on serve here at the number 2 spot. That's big for Wisconsin. When you look for the Badgers here at the number 2 spot, it's been a spot they've played around with the most here this season. 8 overall. I believe, though, this is Ariel Johnson and Eva Markham. Duos 14-4. There's this Cataldi and C. Let me see. It's just tough to tell right now. I do apologize. Tracy into the net there. Again, the sophomore's been one of the standout performers, very much in the conversation for perhaps MVP of the season. Guys lost just 1 freaking match all year. 1 double set, 7-6. It's his only loss on the season. one doubles, no ad set of tennis. That's it. Just ridiculous. Point goes the way of the Badgers. Oh, excuse me. No, deuce point coming up for the Badgers now. JJ Tracy. Games away from another victory. Justin Boulay 2 games away. Dave Vogtsel now up a set and a break at 3. There's the roar. There's the hold for Wisconsin. So 3-all now on court number 2. Check in on court number 3, also 3-all. Again, Wisconsin taking on Ohio State in Madison. Buckeyes undefeated in conference play, 8-0. Wisconsin sitting at 4th and 6-2. Their only losses have come to the teams tied in 2nd place, Michigan and Ohio State, whose only losses in conference play, Michigan and Northwestern, whose only losses have come to Michigan and Ohio State. All right, it's a deuce point coming up here for Tracy. Interesting to see Sydney Ratliff here at the number 3 double spot now. Freshman for Ohio State. Again, Buckeyes continue to play with their pairings here all season long. All right. So just like that, Wisconsin makes a move. Now you see 4-3 Badgers with the break lead here on 3. Let's go back to 1 where Ohio State's now serving for it. 5-1 at that number 1 spot. Meanwhile, Tracy does get the hold for 6-1 for Love here on court number 2. It's 6-Love, 4-2 Buckeyes on 3. Let's go over to court number 6 in Ohio State, Michigan State. Justin Boulay. Break point chances, and it looks like he's got it on court 6. Indeed he does. So 1 game away are the Buckeyes. Volley scoots wide from Boulay, nevertheless. 30-15 now, still 2 points away. Well, the Buckeyes are up sets and breaks on 5 of 6 singles courts, so it is starting to feel like when, not if, for this Ohio State team. Boy, is Boulay hitting that forehand with authority, and now match points coming up. Meanwhile, there's a 6-1 set for Allen and Boulay on 1. That's a great start for the Buckeye women in Madison. But let's go over to court number 2, where we've got a 3-all deuce point again on 2, again in that women's match. And it looks like the deuce point goes the ways of the Buckeyes. So let's go to court number 3, where Wisconsin's got a 4-3 lead now. 40-15 here. Meanwhile, Justin Boulay makes it 2-0 Ohio State. 6-love, 6-1 victory. Let's go over to court number 3, where Mate Votzel can put himself 1 game away. It's a 6-love, 4-2 lead there. He's got a deuce point break point chance. Meanwhile, JJ Tracy break point chance for 5-love. Jake Van Emberg a 6-2, 4-1 lead. And Mate Votzel will serve for the match now. Let's go quickly over to court number 2. Break point chance for Tracy. Tracy gets the break, so 6-1, 5-love. Again, Buckeyes are 1 game away in 2 spots. Let's go check in on court number 4. Haven't seen that one yet. Carson Gates from Michigan State's 2-6, 1-4 deficit, taking on Jake Van Emberg. See our players getting back on court. Meanwhile, there's a hold for Wisconsin, so they're a game away on 3. We're on serve 3-4 on 2. Ohio State actually had a 3-love lead on 2. And Wisconsin has raced all the way back to narrow that deficit. Meanwhile, with all due respect to Jake Van Emberg, I think that changeover absorbed all of our time. So let's go to Votzel first. Mate Votzel, court number 3. 6-love, 5-2 lead for Ohio State here as he begins his changeover. Is Tracy back? Again, these are the 2 matches we got to monitor, 2 and 3. Ohio State is 1 game away on 2 and 3. All right, Mate, you're taking too long. Let's go over to court number 2. Love for Tracy. Meanwhile, how about this? Wisconsin women 3 good points away. Taking a 6-3 set, leveling things in the doubles in Madison. So it's going to be 5-4 Wisconsin serving for the set on 3. Meanwhile, let's go back to court number 2 there. Break point chances for the Buckeyes. And there's the match for J.J. Tracy. Stays undefeated, 6-1, 6-love win at the number 2 spot. It's 3-0 Ohio State. We go to Monte Votzel now, who's serving for the match. 6-love, 5-2 at that number 3 spot. Oh, and Votzel's done it. So it's 4-0 Buckeyes. They stay undefeated, 22-2 overall on the year. We're going to replace that Ohio State match with the Michigan women, super producer Daniel Westoff, and we're going to go straight to court number 1 there. Michigan women, court number 1. It's 1-0 Michigan. Meanwhile, I believe this is Contos and Marzal here for Ohio State at the number 2 double spot, who get the break and will now serve for the set. Now, Ohio State has not had a lot of success in doubles in Madison this season. At the National Indoors, they had match points in 2 of their 3 doubles matches. Lost them all. Lost them all, folks, at that National Indoors in Wisconsin. So, boy, it's got to be a nice feeling to experience some success there in the Nielsen Tennis Center. Meanwhile, you see here court number 1 where it's a 1-0 lead for Michigan. Kari Miller is as high as number 11 in the country. She's played a lot of 3-set matches this season, and so we see a lineup switch. Miller down to the number 2 spot for the Wolverines. Instead, it's Jaden Brown at the 1 spot. And simply put, the sophomore has had ridiculous amounts of success this season. Jaden Brown, 14-2 overall, and certainly justifying her spot at number 1 today. She's got the 6-1, 5-2 lead here, taking on Iowa freshman Marissa Schmidt. Schmidt's fought valiantly, 8-10 at the top 2 spots for the Hawkeyes this season. Again, that Ohio State match, they won in about an hour and a half, folks. You want to know how you know what a number 2 team in the country looks like? They win a dual match in an hour and a half. Meanwhile, nice volley combination there from Schmidt. And for what it's worth, after Michigan took the doubles point, 4 first sets go the way of the Wolverines. They take them on 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. They're already up sets and breaks on 1, 2, and 6. Meanwhile, Iowa did take the first sets on 3 and 4. But it's Michigan in a comfortable position right now. Meanwhile, Ohio State facing some trouble as they try to serve out the set. 15-30 for the Buckeyes here on court 2. Breakpoint chances coming up for Wisconsin. Meanwhile, can we quickly pop over to court number 3 in that Wisconsin-Ohio State match? Quickly to 3 as they've got match points for the Badgers to level things at 1 set apiece. And again, Wisconsin women been so successful in doubles this season, a better record than their Ohio State counterparts. Wisconsin 34-19, Ohio State 29-21. Credit to Ratliff for extending that point, but it's Wisconsin. 6-4 win at number 3, so we go back to 2. Break point chances for Wisconsin to stay alive. 30-40 now, and I believe this is Lucia Marzal serving on the near side of your screen. Meanwhile, 30-all, Jaden Brown is 2 points away from a 15th victory. And now it's a deuce point. Deuce point, match point for the doubles point. With the point coming up in Madison. Oh, she thought she caught her guessing. She did not. Great movement from Irina Kontos. The All-American with the decisive high volley forehand put away. That's a big doubles point for the undefeated Buckeyes as they try to secure another regular season conference crown. Now, with that said, you see 6-1, 6-2 win for Jaden Brown. So it's 2-0 Wolverines on the left side of your screen. We're going to go to court number 4. Court number 6 in that Michigan-Iowa match. Meanwhile, we are going to replace Ohio State, Wisconsin with the Nebraska women. Nebraska took the doubles point over Michigan State, and they have looked awfully good in singles thus far, earning 4 first sets, although credit to Michigan State, who's making a nice little push back. And we pick things off here for Michigan State. 6-3, 3-1 lead. Maya Petrovic, the senior, taking on Maya Makarich, and now Makarich broken. So it's 6-3, 4-1 Michigan State. And credit to Michigan State, who's making some pushes back on a couple of spots. Let's go over to court number 4 now in that Michigan State-Nebraska match. Court number 4. Meanwhile, I do apologize. Can we actually go over to court number 2 in the Michigan-Iowa match? Michigan-Iowa, court number 2. Kari Miller, again, ranked as high as number 11 in the country. With that passing shot, I believe, secures the break. And a 6-2, 5-1 lead for the superstar sophomore, who, let's be clear, by no stretch of the imagination has Kari Miller been bad this season. Miller, 11-2 overall in the matches she's completed here in dual match play, all at the number 1 spot. Jaden Brown getting elevated to number 1 has nothing to do with Kari Miller, has everything to do with the level of the sophomore Brown. And I'll tell you what, a nucleus of those super sophomores, Brown and Miller, she can build in something pretty cool over in Ann Arbor. 6-2, 5-1 lead here for Kari Miller. She takes on Iowa's Barbara Picorna. And again, to have 2 freshmen in your top 2 spots, certainly the Hawkeyes are getting some experience this year. Picorna, 11-4, started the year at number 6, has worked her way all the way up to the number 2 spot. Now again, Michigan with the lopsided leads right now, but you take these lumps as a freshman so that when you're a junior, you're a senior at Iowa, you can impose the punishment. Meanwhile, how about this for Lauren Lemons? Set point chances to earn a split on 4. Here comes the Spartan push over in Lincoln. Kari Miller, 2 points away. So we see Michigan State takes the second set. I believe that's a 6-3 set. Oh, excuse me, 5-4. What am I saying? I saw it with my eyes. Alicia holds, so Lemon's going to have the chance to serve for the set. Let's go over to court number 1 in Nebraska, Michigan State. Meanwhile, match points coming up for Kari Miller, but on court number 1, it's Christina Novak for Nebraska. 6-3, 4-3 lead over senior Mary Lewis. There it is. Kari Miller, 6-2, 6-1. It's 3-0 Wolverines. Let's go over to court number 6 now, where Mr. Chorito. Another one of those superstar sophomores. Coach Bernstein got the class of 2021 correct. Or 2020, excuse me, no doubt about it. 6-3, 4-1 lead here for the Wolverines. Let's go over to court number 3 Nicole Hammond drops the first set to Sam Mannix. Mannix, one of the seniors for this Iowa team. It's been an up and down year for her, 7-10 overall. Chance to, again, force this match to continue here. Keep her team alive. Meanwhile, again, you look at that number 1 spot, the right side of your screen, Mary Lewis in the top spot for the Spartans. Lewis 4-6. Oh no, excuse me, Michigan State stats out of date. I can tell you Novak here for Nebraska. (17-10) overall in the year, 13-4 at the 1 spot. Novak's been essentially a lock, and now she's got a 6-3, 5-3 lead. So she's 1 game away. I think this is a fair trade. Let's replace one Michigan with another. Can we make that left side of your screen Michigan, Penn State? It's 1-0 Michigan leads Penn State, but they're closing in on all 3 courts. And Gaila Massachusetts, well, she's 1 game away. You know what? You're right. Good call, super producer Daniel Westhoff. The problem is Michigan's about to clinch as well. So with all due respect to Nebraska, Michigan State, let's actually make the right side of your screen. We're going to go back to the double Michigan vision. I apologize for that fact. Should be able to kick the Wolverines off here quickly, but we're going to go over to court number 1, 1-0 Michigan lead in Penn State, but they're up a set and 5-3 on 2 courts, set and 4-3 on a 3rd, a set and 4 all on a 4th. So that right side of your screen is going to be 1-0 Michigan over Penn State. We're going to start on court number 1. And it is Andre Styler, the Michigan junior, serving for the match on the far side of your screen. Wolverines. 6-1, 6-4 win from Andre Styler at the number 1 spot. Now we go over to number 3. 6-3, 5-3 lead for Michigan. Court number 3, it's Gavin Young taking on Sam Bossman. By the way, it's 6-1, 5-3, 6-3, 5-3, Jacob Bickerstaff on 4 as well. 6-2, 5-4 for Patrick Maloney. Meanwhile, Massachusetts with the break points to serve for the match on 6. It's a fun little 20-minute stretch here, certainly if you're a Wolverine fan. Well, Michigan, meanwhile, Iowa, Penn State, again, just fighting to stay alive. Gavin Young makes it 3-0 Wolverines, and you hear the freshman roar. Bounces back after a tough loss in Columbus on Friday. Now a 6-3, 6-3 winner. 3-0 Michigan in 2 locations. They're 1 game away now. Courts 4. Let's go to court 4 in Michigan, Penn State. Jacob Bickerstaff serving on the near side of your screen for the match. Meanwhile, Massachusetts will serve as well for the match, and you look for Gala. Overall on the year has been a rock for the Wolverines. 9-5 in dual match play, but she's won 5 consecutive decisions. Wolverines closing in. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, Christina Novak did close out a 6-3, 6-3 victory over Mary Lewis. So it's 2-0 Nebraska. Things tightening over in Lincoln. We're going there next, I promise. Also going to check back in on the action happening in Purdue as things heat up there. And again, Mannix here. Oh, excuse me, Bacala here for Iowa. One of multiple Sams. Oh, excuse me, Michelle Bacala, one of multiple seniors. Just mixing her up with Sam Mannix. I apologize. Bacala, 3-14 overall in the year. Has had to play everywhere, though, for her Hawkeyes. Fight and scrap to stay alive. Meanwhile, again, near side of your screen, it's Jacob Bickerstaff looking to secure the victory for the Wolverines. Well, now match points coming up for Massachusetts. Oh, Bickerstaff doesn't like it. Thought he had the match on his forehand there. But the call is confirmed, so we go to a deuce point. Double match point Wolverines. Michigan takes it 4-0 in Iowa. Doubles 1, 2, and 6. Brown, Miller, now Massachusetts delivering the good once again. And the Wolverine women 14-5 now. Overall on the season, 8-1 in conference play. Let's switch that out with Nebraska, where it's 3-0 Huskers, as Chloe Kuckelman closes out a 6-3, 6-3 win on 5. So we go to court number 4 there. Remember when Lauren Lemons was going to serve for the set? Well, she got broken. And now it's Samantha Alicia, 6-1, 5-all for Nebraska on court 4. Again, that's what we're going to replace on the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, on the right side, Bickerstaff's letting this get to him. He's broken for 5-4. Back on serve there. Let's go to court number 2, where Patrick Maloney, a 6-2, 5-4 lead for the Michigan Wolverines. Now Alicia's got break points to give the Huskers a chance. And it's 3-0 Nebraska, by the way, in that overall score. 3-0 Nebraska. By the way, with all due respect to the Michigan Wolverines, if Maloney isn't closing here, we're going to have to go. And I'm going to need you to cue the Wisconsin men. I know you have them, super producer Daniel Westoff, but we may have to go there. It's 2-0 Wisconsin, a 3-3 first set split. And actually, when you're ready, super producer Daniel Westoff, sorry, Wolverine fans, we're going to replace the right side of your screen with court 3 in Wisconsin-Purdue, because it's already 2-0 Wisconsin. Tim Zorinsky, a team leading, extending leading his lead with a 13th win, a 4-0 win over Michael Wozniak. Now Gabriel Hoover's up 6-1, 5-3 at that number 3 spot. Sebastian Weil, 6-3, 4-all at 4. Wisconsin right now is third in the Big Ten standings. Have a chance to clinch 4th. Oh, but it's not going to matter because Patrick Maloney does get the job done. Straight set win, 4-0 Wolverines. So let's go over first, so there's no blank action. Can we go court 2, Nebraska, Michigan State? There's a bright spot for the Spartans, as Michigan State senior Maya Petrovich, a 6-3, 4-3 lead on court 2 there. Again, in the meantime, Let's make that Michigan-Penn State match court 3 over in Purdue, over at Purdue. Court 3 at Purdue. There we rock and roll, folks. 2-0 Wisconsin. They take the doubles point. And now a 6-4, 6-love win from Tim Zorinsky. And again, Wisconsin 4-2 overall, 10-9, 61 in the rankings. They're going to need some help. They're going to have to beat a Michigan or an Ohio State at the Big Ten tournament. But they could also finish top 4 in the conference. And what that would mean to Coach Westerman and this program, it would mean a step forward. It would mean the big momentum heading into next season. Meanwhile, with all due respect, we go back to court. With all due respect to Naomi Stevens, who is closing in here, we go back to court number 4 as Nebraska can earn a 4-0 victory. Samantha Alicia serving for the match. 'Junior Samantha Alicia, transfer over from Arizona State, 14-7 here this season. Can deliver another victory, and for the Nebraska women, this would be massive. 5-4 in conference play, that has them in the 6th spot. 52 in the country, on the precipice of an NCAA tournament berth. Need every win they can get down the season's home stretch. Points away. Alex Gruskin here on our Cracked Racquets cross-court cast, steering the ship. We've got 5 matches remaining here on our broadcast. Haven't checked in on one of them. And for what it's worth, Northwestern took the doubles point in a 1-0 lead over the Illinois women in Champaign. Believe me, we'll get there, folks, I promise. All of the sudden, though, it's a match point for Wisconsin to take a 3-0 lead in Purdue. Can Gabriel Hoover, junior out of Austria, deliver the goods? He's broken. We play on. Oh, excuse me, he's not broken. He holds. Oh no, it's a let. I was like, something weird happened there. So ball rolls over. So another match point chance for the junior Hoover. Meanwhile, match points Alicia. The victory for the Huskers. Again, move them into sole possession of 6th place in the conference standings. Double fault, deuce point coming up. So he holds, we play on Hoover 5-4. Meanwhile, let's go over to court number 4. Sachdev breaks back. back on serve here. I'll be honest, I wasn't ready for this Nebraska-Michigan State match to finish. Really good tennis across our board. And honestly, some of our other matches heating up as well. Can we go check back in on that matchup on court number 2? See if Michigan State is any closer to a victory there. And they are. It's a deuce point, match point chance. That goes the way of the Spartans. So Maya Petrovic, the senior, looks like she earned a 6-3, 6-3 win. And indeed, she must have. Either that or this. Yeah, okay. 6-3, 6-3 win. So the Spartans get on the board. Let's go quickly check in on court number 3 as well. Court number 3 there. Grover Gallego now. Okay, so she was down a set in a break. She's looking to force a split now. 2 points away for Nebraska. Make it. Meanwhile, Sachdev can hold here to extend us to 5-all. Better to be lucky than good. That court goes his way. Meanwhile, 15-40 as we just saw, and Drover Gallego dropped that previous point. And Drover Gallego earns the split. We're going 3 on court 3, back to the breaker on 4. Samantha Alicia can clinch the match for her team. Actually, can we quickly check in on court 6 there? Scoreboard's a bit behind online. And there is no scoreboard here, even better. So I believe it's 6-3, 4-all here on 6. Let's go back to court number 4. We know the action there. And if State's going to extend the match, that's the spot. Meanwhile, let's go back in that Wisconsin-Purdue matchup to court number 3. Gabriel Hoover's got match points on Tomas Dudik. .3-0 Badgers. You hear Bucky roars throughout West Lafayette right now. Gabriel Hoover, the junior, a 6-1, 6-4 victory. Wisconsin is now 1 point away. And let's go check in on court number 5 over in that matchup. Court number 5 in Purdue, Wisconsin. Robin Parts dropped his first set to freshman Piotr Gallis, but there it is. So Parts sends us to a third, expanding the pathway to victory for the Badgers. Let's go check in now on court number 2. Court number 2. This was a bright spot. Freshman Gabrielle Brancatelli. 6-3 first set on serve, 4-5 in the second. Now 5-all in the second as Brancatelli holds. And Purdue's up a set on court 1 and 2. And we saw in court 4, Vile, 6-3, 5-all. He can finish this match rather routinely for Wisconsin in straights. If you think Purdue's out of it just because it's 3-love on the scoreline, got to look a little bit deeper than that. Again, there's just something about the energy of this freshman Brancatelli. If you're a Big Ten fan tuning in, get used to hearing his name. Now, what this Purdue team can do around him, of course, remains a question. But all these guys, Gallis, Wozniak, been pretty solid this year. Everyone but Bennett's back. Keep your eye out on Purdue. Meanwhile, again, Alicia, 14-7 overall is the junior for Nebraska. But a frustrated miss in the net, so 3-all as we make the turn. Again, Alicia, the junior transfer from Arizona State, has played the majority of her matchups in the bottom 3 of this lineup for Nebraska. She's taken on Lauren Lemons. Lemons, the senior out of Carmel, Indiana. 8-3 for the Spartan team to start the year. It's fallen off a bit since, but again, looking to keep her team alive. Meanwhile, I suppose let's quickly, no scoreboard on 6, so I forget. Let's just stay here for the changeover on 4. Meanwhile, Sebastian Weil did hold, by the way, for 6-3, 6-5 Wisconsin, so we'll have another shot to break Sachdev for the match. Oh, there's a frustrated Lemons. A thunderous backhand into the backstop. So 5-3 Nebraska, 2 points away on 4. How about this rally on 2? Did he land that? Oh, just wide from Broncatelli. I love the gusto, though. Interesting. Scoreboard seems to be a bit behind. I mean, I can tell you with all certainty Lemons won that. Okay, so I see what they did. So it is 5-3. That last point was 5-2, not 4-3, for those of you curious what just happened with the scoreboard on 4. Oh, no, it was 6-3. So that must make it 6-4 or 4-3. Unclear. Scoreboard issues right now. I think it's 5. I'm pretty sure it's 5-3 here. Obviously, we're on the deuce side, so it must be something even. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it's 5-all. Excuse me. I'm fairly certain it's 5-4. Meanwhile, Ellie Kuckelman, a 6-3, 5-4 lead for Nebraska on 6. So they've got another pathway. For those of you tuning in at home, again, Alex Gruskin here, our second to last Big Ten regular season broadcast of 2022. Deuce point chance coming up for Brancatelli. If we can, though, let's go over to court number 4. Actually, stick there on 2. But there it is. Samantha Leash. Okay, so the scoreboard was... I see what they did there now. Missed a point along the way. But it's a 6-1, 7-6 win and a 4-1 victory for Nebraska, who now with the win, 13-9 overall, still very much in the hunt for the NCAA tournament. And by the way, now with this victory, 4-3 in Big Ten play, tied for, I believe, not 4-3, 6-4 in Big Ten play, sole possession of 6th place for the Nebraska women. And that's a nice victory. In the meantime, can we bring back Indiana, Nebraska? Indiana, Nebraska happening. We'll replace one Nebraska with another. It's 2-0 Indiana. They were down breaks on courts after taking a decisive first set at number 1 doubles. They were down breaks on 2 and 3. And by the way, let's go to court number 4 in Purdue, Wisconsin, as it's a tiebreaker for Wisconsin away from Sebastian Weil from taking right now in Indiana. Third set's getting underway on courts 1 and 5. Can we go to court number 4? And this, by the way, is not court number 2. I do apologize. Court number 2, a 6-2, 6-2 victory for Pat Fletchall. Got to figure out our court labels here at Indiana. 2 matches, just split sets. So we may have blanks there. Can we find court number 4? It's Andre versus Hey Taranta. Nebraska serving for matches on courts 3 and 4. This is either court 3 or 4. I got to look at the colors again. I apologize. Tough to identify between these two teams when they're matching uniforms as well. Again, it's Weil and Sachdev. Sachdev, the youngest player on this Purdue team. Freshman's 10-7 overall in dual match play. Looking on the senior Sebastian Weil. Weil 11-8 overall, trails only Tim Zorinsky in terms of singles victories for his team this season. Meanwhile, I believe here on the near side of your screen, Nebraska is now 2 points away. Maybe this is now a match point coming up for Nebraska to narrow the deficit to 2-1. Third set's already underway on courts 1 and 5. Nebraska up a set and a break on 3. Right, things getting complicated over in West Lafayette. Rohan Sachdev now 6-3, triple set point. Meanwhile, it's 3-1. I apologize. Ethel Bennett takes the match at 1, so 3-1 Purdue gets on the board. Good victory again for the senior. Come on, so strong at the end of this season. Meanwhile, that's 1 mini break back for Weil. Looking to make this an uncomplicated victory for his Badgers. apologize. That's an overrule. Wow. Okay, I didn't want to talk over the Indiana-Nebraska match, but now it's confirmed by the chair. Overruled is Vile. So the second set goes to Sachdev, 7-6. He takes it. We play on in West Lafayette. And let's go over to court number 2 now. Court number 2. All right, well, this is certainly interesting. Senior Leonard Soha. Chance to force a third set here on 2 as well. All right, so it's going to be a third set on 2 as well. The split is earned by the senior Leonard Soha. Meanwhile, you see it on your screen, I believe. This is court number 3 as they're going to play on here. Moreno Lozano leading 6-3, 5-4 here for Nebraska. Meanwhile, Nebraska did get a point on the board. And let's go over, I apologize, a couple different things happening at once. We're going to go over court number 5 now, as we've got 3 third sets to decide thing in Purdue, Wisconsin. So let's go to court number 5 in Purdue, Wisconsin. 3 third sets underway. Here it's freshman Piotr Gallus taking on Robin Parts, the junior. Meanwhile, this is court number 3. Okay, we have our courts situated in Indiana, Nebraska. This is court number 3. Vukovic stays alive. 6-3, 5-4. Well, Parts, chance for an early break here in the third. Sails on him, though, one fought off by the freshman Gallus. Meanwhile, Vukovic now 30 love up in his 4-5 service game. Third set's already underway on courts 1, 5, and 6. So it looks like we're going to get another hour, another act in this match as well. Now on the left side of your screen. Meanwhile, Parks does get the break. 4-2-1. So let's go over again. Third set's just getting underway on courts 2, 4, and 5. in this Purdue-Wisconsin match. Let's go check back in on that match at number 2. And we saw Soha running off for a bathroom break, but I believe the action should have resumed on court 2 in Purdue, Wisconsin. They have not, so then we go to our only match on court right now. That's 4, Vile and Sachdev. The Nebraska push, and now all of a sudden Moreno Lozano is 2 points away from the match. Meanwhile, Nebraska's raced off to a 3-love lead in the third set on 5. By the way, 2-1 overall on the scoreboard now as Nebraska takes that match on court number 4. Meanwhile, you see Sachdev continuing his run of momentum here. 1-0 hold for him to start the third set on 4. Let's go back to court number 5. Parks picking on Gallus, excuse me. Oh, man. Oh. Is that called out? Ultimately overruled? I believe it was. So match points now for Moreno Lozano to tie our match at 2, and then we'd have 2 of our matches. 3 third sets to decide things in singles. It's a fun Big Ten Sunday here on our Crack Racquets Cross Court Cast. Match for Nebraska. Moreno Lozano, a 6-3, 6-4 win over Vukovic. And just like that, it is 2-all in Bloomington. All right, let's go full screen momentarily for these break points in Parts Gallus. Got to do a quick technical switch over in our Indiana-Nebraska match. Again, it's 2-all there. Third set's underway. We want to watch the end of that match. Of course, we are also monitoring our 2 1 p.m. matches. Ohio State takes the doubles point. Got a bunch of first sets for them in Madison as well. Meanwhile, Northwestern takes the doubles point and a 1-0 lead over Illinois in Champaign. Top dogs very much looking the part right now. It's in. No, he missed it. He missed it. The freshman Piotr Gallus, who's just a ball of energy. He's come from Poland to West Lafayette and fit like a hand in a glove. Meanwhile, Robin Parts, the junior out of Estonia, up and down season for him. 7-9 overall. Deuce point chance here to consolidate his break and make it 3-1 in the third. With 3 third sets underway here in West Lafayette. Again, courts 2, 4, and 5 right now. With Wisconsin earning second sets on 2 and 5. Purdue fighting back freshman Rohan Sachdev on 4. Massive hold for Parts. His teammates let him know as much. 3-1, he consolidates here on court number 5. When you are ready, super producer Daniel Westoff, bring us back to split screen. And excuse me, Will Gleason is not up 3-0 in the third on 5, and that's where we'll go next. Court number 5 in that Nebraska-Indiana match. Thought it was 3-love. Instead, it's 2-1. Singh fights back from a 40-love deficit. Get back on serve. Oh, excuse me. Did we not see them shake hands? I apologize, folks. My scoreboard is jumping all over the place. So this is court number 3. It is not 2-1 Nebraska. Wipe it off the board, super producer Daniel Westoff. 2-1. Looks like we had a scoreboard error. So that match has been turned back on. It's actually 2-1 Indiana. Okay, so this is court number 5. It's a 2-1, 15-30 advantage here for Gleason of Nebraska on the near side of your screen. We can get into some of these players now. No, I've yet to introduce these Nebraska Huskers. Will Gleason, the senior, out of Lincoln, Nebraska. 2-12 here in spring play. Had to play all over the lineup, given some of the injuries his Husker teammates have suffered. Meanwhile, here for Indiana, senior Vikash Singh out of India. Singh 4-6 overall on the year. Meanwhile, how about this? Robin Parts a chance to take a commanding 4-1 lead here in the third for his team. Sometimes college tennis is a very complicated sport. Sometimes it's simple. Give me the junior who's been in this scenario over the freshman just about every day of the week, right? Can't fake no ad experience. 4-1 lead for junior Robin Parts here in the third set on 5. Let's go over to court number 4. In Purdue, Wisconsin, meanwhile, again, Gleason. Dare I say, fist pumps with glee as he takes a 3-1 lead in the third set here on court number 5. Meanwhile, Moreno Lozano has taken a 6-3, 6-5 lead on 3. When that match comes back, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's go back to court 3. Thought we saw the end of it. We did not. Meanwhile, Rohan Sachdev giving senior Sebastian Vile all sorts of trouble. So this one was maybe you'd rather be the freshman than the senior Vile. Meanwhile, on the near side of your screen, it's Indiana junior Luka Vukovic. Canadian 6-9 overall on the season. taking on Victor Moreno-Lozano. Moreno-Lozano 9-5 here in dual match play. Senior's been so good this season for the Huskers. All right, there's a break for Sachdev on 4. So Purdue gets one of the breaks they need. But that's not going to matter if they can't get a flipping of the script on court number 5. So let's go back to Parts Gallus on court 5. Meanwhile, Vukovic now 4 points to force a breaker on court number 3. All right, Parts with the game point chances. Meanwhile, it will be a breaker. Oh, excuse me, 40-15 for Vukovic. Will it be a breaker? Let's find out on the left side of your screen. Good return from Gallus to get that ball low at the feet of Robin Parts. Wide confirmed, so it will be a tiebreaker to decide our second set on court number 3. Meanwhile, Robin Parts 1 game away from delivering an 11th win on the season for these Wisconsin Badgers. Keep them in sole possession of 3rd place in the Big Ten men's standings. Let's go. Excuse me. Dallas goes long there. Still 2 game point chances to at least have to force Parks to serve for it. Meanwhile, first set's all about complete in Madison, Wisconsin. Ohio State takes doubles, 4 first sets. The set point to make it 5 first sets. So they try to maintain their position up top. The Big Ten standings. Meanwhile, how about this? The Illinois women dropped the doubles against Northwestern, but they're scrapping back, folks. So those 1 p.m. matches still very much on our radar. But now Robin Parks has match points. Wisconsin gets the win, and that's impressive. 4-1 on the road. What's the discussion here? Unclear to me. Nevertheless, Wisconsin 11-9 overall. Now 5-2 in conference play. Purdue will fall to 9-12 and 2-5 in conference play. So a little bit of a mirroring of the record there, but what a victory for the Badgers, who it's going to take a big push. Currently 61st in the ITA rankings. All they can ask for is wins. They get one of them on the road in Purdue. Meanwhile, we make the turn here. Our final men's match of the day. 4-2 for Moreno-Lozano. You know what? Let's go full screen a bit here in Indiana, Nebraska. Now, super producer Daniel Westhoff's going to get our Northwestern Illinois match ready. Bunch of first sets coming down to the wire there. Northwestern has a 1-0 lead after taking the doubles point. Meanwhile, of course, we're keeping our eye on the action in Madison. Ohio State doubles. 4 first sets already to their name. Alex Gruskin here on our Crack Rackets cross-court cast. On the near side of your screen is Moreno-Lozano for Nebraska. He leads 4-2 here in the breaker. Looks like that call was confirmed, or at least nothing to suggest it was overruled. Man, we might be senior Victor Moreno-Lozano's worst possible luck here on our Crack Rackets cross-court cast. He's got a lead just about every time we flash to him. Sadly, just seems to keep letting these leads evaporate. And Moreno-Lozano, the senior for Nebraska, 14-8 overall in the season, 9-5 in dual match play, taking on junior Luka Vukovic. 6-9 overall for Indiana. Indiana still looking for their first conference victory of the season. 5-14 overall, 0-6 in Big Ten play. Had a shot this weekend. Dropping their match 4-3 to Penn State. Or excuse me, not 4-3 to Penn State, 4-3 to Wisconsin. Oh no, I see. Again, I did it. I think I did it again. They switched sides on me without me paying attention. This is, I believe, Moreno-Lozano here on the near side. I believe it's 5-all now. Again, second set breaker. First set went to Nebraska. Moreno-Lozano, 6-3. So now is crunch time. Set point coming up for Moreno-Lozano on the near side of our screen. It's a match point as well, and this would make it 2-all here in our match with Will Gleason, 5-2 lead on court number 5. Hoover's also taken a 4-3 break lead on one, so Nebraska has officially, I want to say, seized control. But here they come. 6-3, 7-6 win for senior Victor Moreno-Lozano. Huge roar to his Nebraska teammates, 2-all overall. So what we're going to do first, go to court number 5. Court number 5 here. in Nebraska, IU. Will Gleason, 6-4 overall in dual match play, has a 5-2 lead right now over 4-6 Vikash Singh. It's 30-15 Singh serving on the far side of your screen. But let's see if that momentum translates from court to court. Again, 2-all overall here. .40-15 here for Singh, the nice little drop volley. At least force Gleason to have to serve it out. Meanwhile, when you are ready, super producer Daniel Westoff, we are ready to bring in our matches from the 1 p.m. hour. And we'll start over in Champaign. We'll start on court number 3 in Champaign. Court 3 in Champaign. Right now, Illinois is making massive moves. I didn't know you'd have it that quick. Can we go to court 4 in Illinois Northwestern? Illinois has taken 3 first sets already, and they are going to about 1 set away from forcing Northwestern to have to earn a 3-set victory. Megan Hooser here. Hooser, the freshman of Lyndhurst, Illinois. Chance to take a 6-4 first set over senior transfer Emma Lazic. This would be a 4th first set in the books for Northwestern and again for Illinois, and again subsequently force Northwestern to have to win at least 1 3-set match. Meanwhile, you see it left side of your screen now. Will Gleason will serve for the match, up 5-3. Huber's up 5-3 as well for Nebraska on 1. Gleason, the senior, taking on senior Vikash Singh. And obviously we all have eyes, so we know that first set is not yet complete. You can ignore that scoreboard. 5-4 lead for Gleason, 5-4 lead, excuse me. Oh no, that first set is in the scoreboard. We were a bit behind. So 6-4 first set does go to Megan Hooser. Let's go to court number 3 quickly. Northwestern's going to need at least 1 3-set victory. They're going to need perhaps some straight sets as well. Sydney Pratt, the freshman, up 5-4. Love 30 here. She takes on Illinois junior Josie Frazier. Will Gleason does it. 6-love, 4-6, 6-3 for the senior. It is 3-2 Huskers over in Bloomington. Let's go over to court number 1. Nebraska can end things now. And again, this Indiana team, winless in Big Ten play. They've lost a couple of 4-3 battles, but 0-6 overall, 5-14 on the year. Meanwhile, Nebraska, 7-14 overall, but 3-3 in conference play. Head coach Sean Mamie, finally some momentum. They finally got the big mo in Lincoln, and they are capitalizing on it right now. And with that overhead, I believe, oh no, that was Haskins. Did he miss that? Did he make it? Tough to tell. Either way, 40-30 here for IU. Senior Carson Haskins looking to extend the match here as he takes on fifth-year Gabriel Hoover. Transfer from Fresno State. For what it's worth, Hoover 4-11 on the season. Haskins 3-11. Two guys who have struggled at the top of the lineup, asked to take that burden for their team. Match point coming up for Hoover. It's a deuce point as well, but also a match point. Meanwhile, Sydney Pratt looking to secure a second set for her team. And she does it. Oh no, excuse me, that missed wide? It did miss wide. So a deuce point's coming up now. Credit to the Illini. Illinois women right now, 13-7 overall, 51 in the country, just outside of that NCAA cutoff line. They are hovering. And a victory over Northwestern today would do wonders for their NCAA resume. Meanwhile, there's the hold from Haskins, but Hoover going to have a chance to serve for the match for IU. In the meantime, we'll pop over to court number 6 there. Of course, deuce point here for Pratt. And freshman trying to take this set from junior Josie Frazier. She's had multiple set points. Pratt does it. Big Wildcat roar. Our time, our match. She signals to Coach Claire Pollard and the rest of her team. Second first set for the Cats. But again, they dropped 4 in Champaign. And in the meantime, let's go over to court number 6. Freshman Justine Leong has been the other bright spot. It's been the freshman today for Northwestern. Leong, a 6-love lead. 3-love for her as well here in the second set. She takes on the freshman Emily Casati. Casati, 1-1 overall on the season. And Leong's just going to grind you down. Now she's got a deuce point. She's effectively a match point here for 6-love. You feel like 4-love. Meanwhile, Luca Wiedenhorn, excuse me. There's a blast from the past. Wiedenhorn here. Nick Wiedenhorn, the sophomore now, 5-3 lead. So he's serving for the match for Nebraska. Hoover's serving for the match for Nebraska. It's crunch time right now over in Bloomington. And here again, it's Brandon Wiedenhorn taking on sophomore Ilya Tiraspolsky. Tiraspolsky from Canada. 4-11 overall on the year in singles. Meanwhile, all right. Saki gets on the board. 4-1-3 on court 6. It's a bit of a lineup shift here for Claire Pollard and the Wildcats. Typically, it's been Christina Hand, the junior, at the 6 spot. She's playing at the 5 spot today, down a set, but up 2-love. Of course, we'll keep our eye on that one. All of these matches here. So we've got just 3 to go on our Crack Rackets cross-court cast. Meanwhile, far side of your screen, that was 30 love for Wiedenhorn. Now 30-15, still 2 points away are the Huskers. 4-3, over 500 in Big Ten play. Match points, Huskers. Nebraska does it. In the end, it's Brandon Wiedenhorn. 3-6, 6-4, 6-3. Nebraska's 4-3. Nebraska? What a year for the Huskers. Coach Sean Mamie has his team going in the right direction. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Well, with that said, just 2 matches to go here. All of them happening on the women's side. Let's go full screen momentarily here at Illinois Northwestern, or I suppose as soon as you're ready, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's bring in the action in Ohio State. And we're going to go right to court number 1 at Ohio State, where it's a 6-4 4-all lead for the Buckeyes. Actually, we're going to go to court number 2 in Madison, where it's 6-3, 5-4 for the Buckeyes. Curious to see if it's Boulay or Contos lining up there. Either way, you feel good if you're an Ohio State fan. All right, let's go to court number 1 then in the meantime, where it's a set 4-all. Let's see, is it a lefty or a righty? That'll tell us right away who's at the number 1 spot. Looks like a lefty. Meanwhile, Eva Markham here. Competing for Wisconsin. Markham, the senior, has been so good. On his final year on the job, Markham's worked her way up to the number 1 spot, where she's 7-2 overall, 16-4 here in the dual match season. But obviously the test of tests today, she comes up against the All-American Marina Contos. Contos 14-3 overall on the season in dual match play, 29-8 if you include the fall. Meanwhile, it's a 6-0 4-1 lead for Justine Leong. That is your most lopsided lead over in Champaign. In the meantime, Wildcats are flipping a couple of courts, and let's go to the Hand sisters next. We'll start out on court number 5. The aforementioned Christina Hand up to the number 5 single spot. Drops the first set 6-4, but a 3-love lead for the junior. She takes on Kasia Treiber. Treiber, the freshman out of Hinsdale, Illinois. 11-5 overall this season. Again, with Illinois, they lack in, I mean, they've just been pretty good everywhere. I was going to say what they lack in top-end talent, but they're 10-7 at the 1 spot. Kate Duong, 13-5 at 2 with Ashley Yeah. Again, this Illinois team, if you listen to our Crack Rackets podcast, you'll be used to hearing me use this description. Frisky, very, very frisky Illinois team. I would want no part of them. Round 1 of the NCAA tournament. The Wildcats doing their thing. This Northwestern women's team, 7-1 overall in conference play, tied with Michigan for second place in the Big Ten standings. 12-6 overall, 37 in the rankings. Actually have a showdown with the Wolverines coming up next weekend. So everyone buckle your seat belts, folks. That promises to be a gem. We see 4-6, but 5-4. Eva Markham making a push on 1. Let's go to 2. Hopefully we didn't miss the match point. If we did, I apologize. We did not. Let's go to court 2 in Wisconsin, Ohio State. And here's Isabelle Boulay, 4th year. A breakout season, 13-4 overall, 9-3 at the 2 singles spot. Oh, as that ball drops in. Boulay taking on sophomore Alina Mukurtova. 15-5 overall on the season. 14-5 at the number 3 spot, has worked her way up to number 2. Yep, call is confirmed just wide, so it's 2-0 Buckeyes. Make that 14-4 for Isabelle Boulay. She earns a 6-3, 6-4 victory over Mukurtova. Meanwhile, let's go check in on some of the backcourts. Here's some great news for the Badgers. Yeah, you were down big on 1, but we're going to go over to court number 4 now. Court number 4. Antonella Stoica, senior out of Romania, 13-4 overall in the year. She dropped the first set 6-4 here, as I believe she's playing Coley Allen here at the 4 spot. But now Stoica 2 points away from forcing a third. Again, she's 13-4 overall on the year. Coley Allen 10-5, including 9-1 at the number 4 singles position. Meanwhile, Schreiber shots to get on the board here on court number 5. She does so. Still a 4-1 lead for Christina Hand. In the meantime, let's go over. I mean, there's good action everywhere right now. I said we'll check in on the Hand sisters. So let's go to senior Clarissa Hand at court number 1 for Northwestern. She dropped the first set 6-2 to Kate Duong. The sophomore out of California, and that's the other thing about this Illinois team. They are very young. Only going to get better and better as this nucleus with more experience. Duong, the 6-2 first set, but 3-2, and now break point chances here for Clarissa Hand. Oh, no, excuse me, that's Hand serving on the near side of your screen. So game point chances here. Extend her lead to 4-2. Meanwhile, set point chances for Stoica as she tries to begin the rally. right, we're going 3 on court 4. I said on our Big Ten podcast this week, which all of you can go listen to on our website, crackrackets.com, or on the Great Shot podcast feed, I said this Wisconsin team, which has lost 4-3 to Michigan, 4-3 to Northwestern, 4-3 to USC. They've been on the precipice so many times. Do not expect them to ever roll over. That's a second set here on court number 4. Meanwhile, Eva Markham does take the second set, so it's a split on court number 1 as well. And right now, Wisconsin's got momentum in second sets everywhere. Let's go over to court number 5. Court number 5 in Wisconsin, Ohio State. Taylor Cataldi, the freshman who's been outstanding, 14-6 for the Badgers. She drops a first set 7-5, but it looks like she got the break. So a 5-2 lead for Wisconsin here on 5. We go over to 6. Same deal, folks. This looks like Luna Dorme back in the lineup here. That's good news for the Buckeyes moving forward. Taking on junior Charmaine Sia. And the overhead gives Sia the 5-1 lead. Excuse me. So, I see you, Wisconsin Badgers. I see what you're up to here today. Meanwhile, it is 2-0. Isabelle Boulay with the 3-4 win. But Wisconsin has already forced third sets on courts 1 and 4. They're up 5-2 on 5. Now a 5-1 lead here on 6. And they're up a set in 3-4 on 3. You tell me who you'd rather be right now. I'll let you all be the judge at Crack Rackets, at AL Gruskin. If you'd like to interact with us, of course, throw it in the comments section as well. I know you're out there, Gary from Columbus. But you see 4-3, by the way. It's the senior, Clarissa Hand, looking to extend the match on 1. Oh, we missed it. Let's go quickly. Court number 6. I just want to confirm in that Illinois Northwestern match. Court number 6. Scoreboard just took a big jump on me. That's because it's over. Justine Leong, the freshman. 6-love, 6-1 to make it 2-0 Northwestern. Again, Northwestern with leads in a bunch of second sets. So let's go over to court number 5 now. Court number 5. (4-1) has just become 4-2 as junior Christina Hand gives one of the breaks back. Again, she's taken on Kasia Traber. Traber, the freshman out of Hinsdale, Illinois. Tracy again, the action continues on 5 and 2. Hand now 1 game away from forcing the split. Let's go over to court number 4 in Illinois Northwestern. Meanwhile, it is going to be a split, or excuse me, 2 splits for Wisconsin. They've already earned them on 4 and 5. They earned the split on 1 as well. 5-2 though, as Dorme gets the hold here on 6. Let's go check in on court number 3. Haven't checked in there at all. Freshman Sydney Ratliff's been so good at the number 3 spot for Ohio State this season. Any freshman to go 12 and 6, win 2/3 of your matches on the year, you know you're doing something right. But she's down a set here against Xinyu Sai, and Sai has struggled all season long, the junior from China. Just 8 and 12 overall, but now down to the number 3 position where she'll find it's a little easier for herself. Have been playing in the top 2. Meanwhile, I apologize. You see Lasic up 4-1 there as Northwestern making pushes in just about every second set. Except for on court number 2, where we've yet to check in. Let's go to court number 2 in Illinois Northwestern. Meanwhile, Xinyu Sai does get the break. We're back on serve. Wisconsin is coming, folks. They have wrestled the Big Mo. Momentum away from Ohio State as they look to earn their biggest win and their first signature victory of the season today in Madison. Meanwhile, 6-4, 4-2 lead for Ashley Yeah, the junior out of Los Gatos, California. 13 and 5 overall at the number 2 spot for the Illini. Taking on sophomore Maria Shusharina. Shusharina looks better and better every time I've seen her play. Was injured to start the season. Certainly a down year by her standards, but getting better. Meanwhile, that ball just long off the racket of Ratliff. 15 love for Sai. All right, Ratliff's got break point chances right back. That's what makes the freshman so special. So 4-3. Shasharina makes a bit of a push on 2, but it's still Illinois in command. Meanwhile, Hand did force the second set. Ooh, let's go over to court number 4. So Hand forces a third on 5 for Northwestern. Again, Northwestern takes the doubles point and the number 6 single spot. Meanwhile, 5-1 lead for Emma Lazic here as the transfer from Duke just to force a third set. Sai has worked her way back to deuce. Massive deuce point chance here, particularly again. We've got 3 third sets underway. Also a projected third set as C has 3 more set point chances on 6. We'll go there next. She doesn't already close it out for Ohio State. Oh, that landed in. You can see the disappointment on Sai. So see, that is why you have to love tennis. In what other sport, I suppose you'd say golf, boxing, although it's pretty rough for anyone to look when you've been punched in the face, but you can just feel the emotion on Xinyu Sai there. Ratliff breaks for 5-4. Let's go quickly to 6. Quickly to 6. We may have already missed the set points in Wisconsin, Ohio State. Indeed, we did. Third set underway. That's 4 of them in Madison. We knew it was going to get good between the Buckeyes and the Badgers. It has. And again, Ohio State 15-4, undefeated in conference play. Number 11 in the current rankings, taking on a 6-2 Wisconsin team in the Big Ten. That's good for 4th. 14-7 overall. They're one of the last 4 teams into the NCAA tournament right now. They force a third on 6. And with this Wisconsin theme, 3-0 lead for them on court number 4. Now it's a 3-0 Buckeye lead in the third on 1. So let's go to court number 5. Cataldi, the freshman, 1-all, 30-all. Who's she facing here on 5? And Cataldi 13-5 overall. That's Lucia Marzal. Marzal 7-7 this season. She struggled for the Buckeyes. Was so good last year. Dropped just 3 matches. Meanwhile, deuce point, set point for Northwestern's Emma Lazic to force another third set in Champaign. Did she hang the volley? No, it was executed well. So the hold for 2-5. Lazic, though, going to have the opportunity to serve for the set when we get back. Meanwhile, let's go to the top of the board. Again, looks like we're going to have 3 sets in the center, and that could be our decider. But at the top, it's all Illinois. And let's go to court number 2 now. Ashley, the 6-4, 5-3 lead. Shasharina serving to stay alive. Meanwhile, Ohio State does get the hold for 2-1 here on court number 5. Let's go check in on court number... Let's go back to court number 3. That's our final second set in action. Can Sydney Ratliff force a third? Give us 5 third sets. Boy, wouldn't that be fun in Madison. Held out, confirmed. So triple set point coming up. Yeah, let's go 5-3 sets. Why not? Over in Madison. Serena takes away from Ferguson. And have to serve out the match. All right, Serena forcing Ashley to have to serve it out. Oh, we missed it. That's my fault, folks. Court number 1 goes to the Illini. Kate Duong, 6-2-7-5. Again, Duong's been excellent here this season. 10-7 at the number 1 spot. Tough position to be in for the sophomore. Make it 11-7. It's 2-1 now. We'll stick here on 2. Serena already out of the chair. Meanwhile, I hope you'll understand, justifiably distracted by that left side of the screen. Sydney Ratliff does indeed. Let's go 5-3 sets. And quickly to court number 1. Quickly to court number 1. Oh, is that a little dance from head coach Melissa Schaub? I like it, but here on 1. 4-0 and a chance to make it 5-0 for Arena Contos. Yeah, she does indeed. The All-American and All-American for a reason, folks. Contos 14-3 overall. 1 game away from making it 3-0 Bucks. She takes a 5-love lead over Markham. Meanwhile, quickly to court number 4. Court number 4 where Antonina Stoika. She's got a 3-love lead. Deuce point here to make it 4-all. Looks like she sent that ball wide. So don't imagine Coley Allen just got on the board for 3-1. Meanwhile, Serena back on court now. I think that serving marker's incorrect. I believe this is Serena on the near side of your screen. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Or, excuse me. I believe that's, yeah, on the near side of your screen. I'm pretty positive that was Ashley who missed that volley. Scoreboard will confirm whether I'm right or wrong. I am correct, indeed. So the serving moniker is incorrect. It's Ashley serving for the match right now for Northwestern. 6'4", 5'4", but love 30 for the junior from Los Gatos, California. Meanwhile, can we quickly go back to court number 1? Court number 1 in Ohio State, Wisconsin. Arena Contos 5-love lead. Eva Markham's been so good again, the senior for Wisconsin. 16-4 overall on the season. 7-2 at the top spot, but all sorts of trouble for her today. Down big in the third here to Irina Cantos. Ashley, forehand is explosive, but it's gone awry this game. Meanwhile, does Markham call that good? I think she did. So break point chances for Shusharina. Meanwhile, I believe Cantos, 2 points away as that return lands good. 2 points away from giving the Buckeye a 3-0 lead with 4 third sets now in play. Match points, Cantos. Meanwhile, Shusharina does get the break for 5-all. Emma Lazic has forced a third set on court number 4. Christina Hand for Northwestern has forced a third set on 5. Now it's 5-all here for Shusharina. She fights her way back to stay alive on 2. So after all that Illinois energy to take those 4 first sets, Wildcats have responded in kind. Great level from Markham in set number 2. And honestly, first 2 sets, she fought her tail off. But that's what Irina Cantos does. Scraps, claws, gets you extended, makes you uncomfortable, and ultimately earns another victory for her team. So 3-0 Buckeyes. Again, 4 third sets underway in Madison. We go next to the match that's most straightforward for the Buckeyes. That's court number 5. Wheeler Catalvi, the freshman, raced back to take a 6-2 second set, but right now Lucia Marzal has steadied the ship. Double break, 4-1 lead for her in the third. Meanwhile, we're going to go over to, I know it's 30 love here. Well, let's lock it on the end of this Shusharina service game. Are we about to trade breaks here? Looks like we might. Oh, no, I lied. We got to go quickly to court 3. Court 3 in Illinois Northwestern. We're not going to miss another match point if I can help it. Match point fought off. Josie Frazier extending the match to 5-2, but Pratt still in command. Let's go quickly back to 2. Can Yao get the break? Will she create an opportunity for herself to serve for the match again? The answer to that question is yes. So 6-4, 6-5 lead for Ashley Yao on 2. 6-4, 5-2 lead for Northwestern Sydney Pratt on 3. Let's go over to those third sets underway on 4 and 5. Likely, again, Illinois is going to have to sweep both of those. Northwestern likely just going to need 1. Kick things off on court number 4. Again, it's Megan Hooser here. Hooser, the freshman. Lindenhurst, Illinois. 11-6 overall. Taking on the fifth-year transfer, Emma Lazic. All right, let's go back to court number 2. Court number 2 in Illinois Northwestern. Meanwhile, again, you see the break point, match point chances here. For Lucia Marzal, not break point, match point chances, but break point chances here for Marzal that make it 5-1. Put her team just 1 game away. This Wisconsin team has come so close this season, so many different times. Good volley from Yash. She's now 2 points away. Match points, yeah. Meanwhile, Sydney Pratt is 1 point away. It's 5-1 Marzal as she's 1 game away now for the Bucks. Beautiful from Cataldi. Might as well try it, given a scoreboard deficit. Meanwhile, Shisharina says, not yet. Punishes that second serve. Deuce point, match point coming up. Ashley, yeah, makes it 2-all. 6-4, 7-5 victory for the Illini. They sweep the top 2 singles positions. We go quickly to 3 as Sydney Pratt has match point. 2 of them here for the freshman. Be an impressive victory. Another one for her here. Time against junior Josie Frazier. Meanwhile, how about that from Marzal inside in magic. 15:30 here. All. Guys, 2 points away. Meanwhile, match point number 2 now for Pratt. Sydney Pratt with the roar. 6'4", 6'2", she takes it. 3-2 Northwestern now with the overall lead, and that means it comes down to the third sets we see on courts 4 and 5. So we'll go to court number 5 right now. Deuce point, match point. And so with all due respect to Northwestern Illinois, let's go full screen Ohio State, Wisconsin for this match point. These are our final 2 matches of the day. Ohio State an undefeated 8-0 in conference play, chance to make it 9-0 with 1 good Lucia Marzal point. Not yet. Freshman Taylor Cataldi, a sneaker up the line. Still a 2-5 deficit, but we play on court number 5. In the meantime, Westhoff will get back there when the action returns. Let's go over to court number 4. It's a 5-2 lead for Wisconsin on court 4. Antonella Stoika the lead over Coliano, although it looks like we're on a change over there, and indeed we are. The break point goes to Stoika. Let's go to court number 6. Court number 6. And we're in a changeover here where it's 2-1 Wisconsin. I don't think it's a changeover on 3. There we go. Shinyu Sai broken. Or, excuse me, had a deuce point chance to extend that second set, but ultimately it was Ratliff holding. 6-4 sends us to the third. Side with the fist pump. She's trying to get her teammates going. Meanwhile, let's go back to court number 5. Check in on court number 5 there. Again, first point looks like goes to Taylor Cataldi. It is the freshman Cataldi serving on the near side of your screen. We saw her in a similar situation against Michigan. Fortunately for Wisconsin fans, it was Michigan's freshman Julia Fliegner who won the third set on that occasion. Cataldi looking to do something special here on this one. Dirty love. Cataldi forces another game here, but Marzal, a second opportunity to serve for this match now at 5-3. Meanwhile, again, very early in those nascent stages of third sets. Actually, I'm sorry, we're going to have to go right back to split screen. Illinois now has break leads on courts 4 and 5, and it's a 4-1 lead here on court number 5. How about this for Kasia Traber, freshman out of Hinsdale, Illinois. Traber's 11-5 overall on the season. She's got the 2-love break lead here on the fifth-year senior, Emma Lazic. So freshman versus senior on one of our deciding courts here. Or excuse me, this is Hauser, not Triber. Excuse me. Can we go to court number? Oh, was it a changeover on 5? If not, I see. I apologize. 4-1 lead there for Triber. Thus, I was talking about her. Here it's Hooser with the 2-love lead on Emma Lazic. Hooser, also a freshman for what it's worth. Hooser's the freshman, Triber's the freshman. 2 freshmen for the Illini, taking on a senior-junior combo in Lazic and Hand for Northwestern. Like this, a little next-generation action. 3 freshmen if you include Cataldi, who keeps on maintaining her aggression. Right, match points. Let's go full screen on court 5. Other court 5, sorry. Full screen on that other court 5. Ooh. Near sideline. I mean, again, it's the far side of a broadcast camera. Did that look out to you at home? Didn't exactly look in. So now a deuce point, break point, match point chance here for the Buckeyes. And why is this massive? Because Antonella Stoica has put a point on the board for Wisconsin. So it's 3-1 now over in Madison as Wisconsin stays alive. They've taken a 3-1 lead, and we're going to go to court number 6 now. Court number 6 in Madison. Oh, my goodness. Just when you think things are over and done, that Ohio State has stomped out the Wisconsin push. We play on. Freshman Taylor Cataldi delivering the goods. Meanwhile, it's another freshman here. Kasia Triber for Illinois. Game point chances for 5-1 over junior Christina Hand. Illini are breaking the third set on 4. Drama. And our cross-court cast here today. Oh, I see you. Low forehand pass. 15. Meanwhile, oh no, okay, that was an incorrect score, I see. So that was actually 40-30 for hand. It's now a deuce point coming up. And with all due respect to court number 6, we have to go back to court number 5 in Wisconsin, Ohio State. Was 5-1 Marzal. It is now 4-5 with Taylor Cataldi. Closer to the comeback. That call confirmed it is. 5-1 Kasia Treiber. The freshman's one game away from tying the match at 3. Rare unforced error, but the aggression the freshman Cataldi has played with her back against the wall. Head coach Kelsey McKenna is going to show the film to her freshmen and say, this is what we need from you during your 4 years. Can she summon enough here, though? 4-5-15 all. Meanwhile, it's the freshman Treiber. What an experience for her. Illinois fighting for their NCAA tournament lives. That from Marzal, though. Up the line, passing shot winner. She's 2 points away. Again, love that play from Cataldi. Put that pressure on Marzal. Make her do something special. She did. But that is not exactly what we call a high percentage shot there. Again, I like the intent, probably, though, of not giving herself enough margin there. And now, oh, is this a match point coming up for Treiber? I believe it is. So we're going to stay split screen, folks. Double match point for the win for Ohio State, for 3-all for Northwestern. Lucia Marzal, little on-the-run magic. She clinches a 4-1 victory for the Buckeyes, and Ohio State moves to 9-0 in Big Ten play, still undefeated, and still your leaders capture the 2022 Big Ten title. With that said, our final match of the day, 3-2 Cats. But match points here for the freshman Kasia Treiber. And she does it. 3-all in Champaign. These are two rivals, folks, in state. Illinois versus the Cats. And we go to our deciding match on court number 4, where just in time, it's a deuce point, folks. Freshman Megan Hooser, near side of your screen. That's a roar, folks. She holds for 3-1. So Illinois is up a break in the decider. Again, Alex Gruskin here. Our final match on our Crack Racquets cross-court cast. If you're just joining us, Northwestern took the doubles point. 4 first sets, though, in singles go to Illinois. So right out the bat, they respond. Now, it was 2 straight set wins for Northwestern in their first set victories. Freshman Justine Leong, Sydney Pratt delivering points 2 and 3. For Illinois today, the top 2, Kate Wong, Ashley Yash, straight set victories. We just saw the 3-set win from freshman Kasia Treiber, and now it's the freshman Megan Hooser. 11-6 overall in the year. She's won 6 straight decisions in conference play. Looking to make it 7. And again, for their NCAA resume, how massive would this be for 13-7 Illinois? Northwestern's been playing with fire all season long. Yes, they're 7-1 in conference play, but 4-3 wins for them over Wisconsin, Minnesota. Scraped by with a 4-1 win at Nebraska, then was far closer than that 4-1 scoreline might indicate. And right now it's Illinois. 6-2 in conference play. Their only losses to Wisconsin and at Penn State. She missed that. Yeah, she did. For sure it was. I'm sorry, Emma Lazic. I love the attempt. I could tell here on this side of the camera. And I understand the confirmation there from the chair. And again, we've got sideline officials now. We've got the chair umpire. We've also got a 4-1 lead to Illinois. So if we can, super producer Dana Westhoff, let's bring up our graphic of the matches we saw today. Fairly straightforward day for some of the teams at the top of the conference. You see a little SEC cross-court cast. That's what we call a little sneak peek on our broadcast. That was funny, like when you peek your head out the door real quick just to see if anyone's outside. But again, you look at our Big Ten matches here throughout the day. A good day for teams at the top of the conference thus far. Michigan men and women, second place right now in both Big Ten men's and women's play. Decisive victories on the road against Penn State and Iowa, respectively. The Ohio State men and women currently undefeated at the top of the men's and women's standings. Ohio State men won in about an hour and a half today. Dominant performance from the number 2 team in the country. Meanwhile, a hard-fought 4-1 victory for the Ohio State women. Wisconsin men continue their fantastic season. They are pole position for 4th in the conference. And then the Nebraska men, again, maybe your feel-good story in the conference. They go on the road, drop the doubles point, but a 4-2 victory for them over Indiana. Now it's our final thriller here. I don't know what they call Illinois. It's a state. What is it? I know, again, it's not the Sunshine State. The state of toll roads? I don't know. I mean, again, you see the same official that I see right there on that sideline. One would imagine they're not going to miss that call. Look for this Illinois team. They are 9-55 in program history. Let me say that again, 9-55 against this Northwestern Wildcat team. They are 6 good points from freshmen Hauser away from a 10th victory in program history over the Cats. And that's out. Sales on her. Lazic going to keep attacking. Just has to, again, keep her error count low. Give herself some margin. Are dancing with her teammates now. That's not confidence. I don't know what is. 40-30. Game point chances. I mean, at this point, if you're Emma Lazic, you have to go 1 point at a time because Megan Hauser, the Illinois freshman, all right, Lazic hanging around. Oh, that lands in. Oh, my God. And that's off the ceiling. So 40-30, still game point chances for Lazic. But it's all landing right now. That's money from Lazic, and a lot of credit to her. Stayed aggressive, assertive. Again, facing a freshman here today. It trails 2-5 overall. And again, the backstory for these two teams coming in. Northwestern 12-6 overall, 7-1 in conference play. Their only loss, a loss to the Buckeyes. Now, both of these teams going to have to face Michigan, who's also 7-1 in conference play next weekend. That trip to Ann Arbor, the final trip of the season, regular season, I should say, for both of these squads. But again, Northwestern right now, 12-6 overall, 37 in the rankings. Illinois, 13-7 overall, 6-2 in conference play. Now their losses at Penn State 4-3. Also dropped a match early in conference play to Wisconsin 5-2. Again, still have that Michigan match, Michigan State match on the schedule. No Buckeyes for them this year. Serious opportunity for Illinois to earn the upset victory and put themselves in the Final Four of the NCAA tournament field. This is my worry if I'm an Illinois fan. How long can Hoosier keep this up? Side to side to side to side, she's gone. And yeah, she's drawn a healthy amount of errors. Put a ton of pressure on Emma Lazic. Can she sustain that pressure for the next 30 minutes? Forced error. Sure. Well, it would technically be forced, but that was a makeable ball for Lazic. There's what, the first unforced error? I like the aggression, but honest to goodness, maybe the first unforced error we've seen from her this set. 30 all now. Oh, yeah, the call's confirmed. Westhoff, if we still have it, give me the slow clap sound effect, please. Match points, Illinois. And what would be, I don't want to say monumental, but a significant upset for the Illini and monumental to their postseason aspirations. No way. Oh. Oh! That's so good. That's it in a nutshell, right? Lazic has had her chances. Hooser just forces extra shot after extra shot. Deuce point, break point, match point. Oh, after all of that, we play on. Emma Lazic is going to keep coming. And this is, again, the question. Can Hooser continue to apply the pressure? It does feel like in terms of who's dictating the course of play point by point, it's Lazic. That forehand in particular, it's sprayed on her at times. But it is the biggest weapon on the court outside of maybe the Hooser speed. 3-5, she's still down a break. Stays alive for Northwestern. Now it's 30-love. Lazic may have found something she had been lacking there early in the third set. What's that, you ask? Confidence. She is swinging confidently now for 30-love. Always expect the unexpected in college tennis. Again, this Northwestern program is 55-9 in program history against the Illini. Right now, Hooser has her Illini on the brink. She's already had a couple match points. Yeah, it wouldn't be right for us to end on that overrule. So Lazic holds for 4-5. And we play on in Champaign. And again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin here. This is our final match in our second to last Big Ten Cracked Rackets cross-court cast of the season. Was a fairly straightforward day of results. Now, certainly there was some flirtation with upset. Wisconsin women for a solid 15 minutes there when they won, what, 4 second sets. It felt like, okay, maybe they were going to have Ohio State in trouble. Outside of that, though, Ohio State men cruise earlier in the day over Michigan State. Michigan men cruise to a bounce-back victory over Penn State. Michigan women looked pretty good in their 4-0 victory over Iowa earlier today as well. Some of the stories of the season, the Nebraska men and women continuing their winning ways. And Sean Mamie's Nebraska men's team 4-3 in conference play. There it is, that familiar pattern. Lazic inside the baseline. Hooser retrieving, forcing the extra ball. This is what she does. Now 30 love. ILL 2 points away from the victory. Serve and volley, always a bold choice. She had the volley, massaged it a little bit too much. And again, that's very easy for us to say right here in the broadcast booth. High backhand volley with the match on the line. That sounds about the most miserable thing to have to hit. Well, I mean, again, I don't know what else you can ask Emma Lazic to do. Sometimes great defense beats good offense. And it's another match point opportunity for the Illini. Just incredible. It's the freshman Megan Hooser. Illinois, 4-3 victory over Northwestern. Does this clinch the Illini spot in the NCAA tournament? It does not. But when you look for this Illinois team now, 14-7 overall, 7-2 in conference play. What a victory. What a victory for the Illini, and keeps them in the hunt for the NCAA tournament. Now, with that said, 8 matches up, 8 matches down. What a fantastic day of tennis here in the Big Ten, and we appreciate all of you took the time to join us here on your Easter Sunday, a Passover Sunday, I believe Ramadan happening right now as well. Plenty of holidays for all of us to celebrate with our families, plenty of college tennis for us to all enjoy with them as well. And again, that will do it for our Crack Racquets Big Ten Cross Court Cast today. Now, the good news, we still got another week to go, as our final weekend of Big Ten regular season play going to happen next weekend. Of course, we'll be back here on Sunday to cover all of the action. May have a surprise announcement for you during the week, as well as we try to figure out our broadcast schedule here at Crack Racquets. Of course, if you're looking for an update on specifically Big Ten college tennis, tune into our Great Shot podcast feed later in the week. I'll be joined by either Chris Halioris or John Parsons, our fellow Crack Racquets experts, to help break down where things currently stand in the conference heading towards the final weekend. Of course, it's been a busy weekend across the board. I'm not going to say those other conference names, but plenty of top teams on both the men's and the women's side upset this weekend. This is one of the best weekends of college tennis in the past 5 years. And trust me, I'm the sort of nerd that would know that sort of fun fact. And we're going to recap all of that action throughout the course of the week at Crack Racquets. Tuesday nights here on our YouTube channel, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We'll talk about the women. 7 p.m. Eastern time Thursday, we'll talk about the men. Boy, oh boy, will there be plenty for us to discuss. And you know who's going to have to moderate all of that discussion? Super producer Daniel Westoff on the ones and twos, as always, makes all of these broadcasts possible. I'm sure he is sitting in his room screaming at me saying, Alex, end this broadcast. So with that in mind, for super producer Daniel Westoff, all of our friends at the Big Ten, from administrator, coaches, players who help allow these broadcasts to happen, to all of you fans who tuned in here throughout the day, I am your host, Alex Gruskin. You have been watching our Crack Racquets Big Ten Cross Court Cast. We'll see you all next week. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.